Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our coverage of day 2 of the closer here at the Red Dragon Poker Tour at Landing Casino in Jeju. My name is Jordan Bromley, joined by Grant Gardner, who will be with us momentarily. We've got some action coming your way. I believe there are 7 players remaining in this one. We are going to get the double check of the players still in as we see the top right populate relatively soon. So we can get all of this absolutely correct for you.
And of course, Jordan, I'm
Shinhwa
already here, brother.
Bet.
Our final day together. Super sad times here.
Getting a look at the counts. We're in poo with just a few big blinds. I don't know if that's enough. I don't know if 293 big blinds is quite enough. Sun Yu from the cutoff going to rip in 10 bigs. Action folding around to We're in Poo. Not going to come along. As there we go. Bit of an update to the chip counts. We've got 3 players with 13. Karya Siddharth, our overwhelming table captain.
Sir Jordan Bromley, how are we doing on this fine afternoon, sir? Sir Jordan Bromley, it is a pleasure to be back alongside you, but this is our last day together, my friend. And it is a sad, sad day, Sir Jordan Bromley. Final day of the series. Final day that we get to work alongside each other. Starting to get extremely sad over here. Sir Jordan Bromley, how are we on this fine afternoon? And a pretty nice flop here for Siddharth to continue on. Surprised to see Law actually take one off here with just a gutter. Doesn't have any clubs in hand here. And his opponent, opening under the gun, obviously can have some ace-x in his range. Sir Jordan Bromley, how are we doing on this fine afternoon, sir? I think we are through the technical difficulties now. Should be smooth sailing from here on out.
Grant, I have a confession to make. Unfortunately, it was actually me that was causing the dramas. I didn't realize that I was having issues on my end. As it sounds like we're here now. I have to apologize to everybody. This whole time I've been talking, but I've had my end had muting issues. So we're back. We're here. We're good. We'll close our 7 left. I'm so sorry about that. Oh my goodness.
Alrighty. We're over the speed bumps now. Smooth sailing from here on out as we see Law interestingly deciding to lead this river here after the 4-card straight completer. Pretty unsure what he's trying to target here, if it is indeed a value bet. No better hands there will be paying him off. So pretty interesting line there from Kevin Law. Not sure if I'm a fan, just going to put that one out there straight away. But instead, he is here at this final table, has every shot of being your champion. 7 players remaining in this closer event. And as we scan around this feature table, I think I have to say, no bias here, but the most handsome man for me on the right of the screen there, Sir Junlee Oxford. Absolute beast of a specimen. And sending you all the luck, all the love, and all the heat today, Mr. Siddharth Karia there. Center of your screen, PokerStars India ambassador, and an extremely nice guy as well.
Looks like I'm going to call him Kevin, the ace-jack offsuit, raising to 12k from the button.
King 4 offsuit, potentially one of those 3-bet bluff powerhouses here. Has the chip lead, can definitely put pressure on his opponent, but Siddharth will elect to call here. Happy to see a flop. Has to play this one out of position though. And that wonderful lady on your screen right there, absolute beast of a player. Took down 2 trophies in this very place at the Landing Casino and Resort at, Poker Dream 15 Jeju. And a very nice lady. Very good poker player as well, as we see. Lovely flop here for Kevin. Gets the C-bet on this ace-9-8. 2 diamonds texture. And of course, Siddharth there. Not looking to stick around with King 4. Lets that one go. Chip caps up on the screen right now. 3 players in that reshoving range, but nobody in that immediate danger zone per se.
Nine 3 for Weir, and just going to get out of the way. Not the first time we've seen him on stream. Saw him earlier on in the week, I believe, for the opening Baby Dragon event.
Yeah, not the first time, but I hope it's the last time, I have to say. Hasn't been making enough spicy bluffs for my liking. So, yeah, you've had your camera time, sir. You didn't utilize it, and therefore you need to make way for a new crowd. Siddharth there, showing some insane discipline. Mucking the 6 deuce from the small blind. Good fold, sir. This is a bit of a dirty spot here for Lee Jun. Ace-5 offsuit. Facing the open from the cutoff. And yeah, slightly bigger than min raise there. Just electing to let that one go. I think it's a good fold. 2 of the similar stacks around the table. We're not looking to get the money in there with ace-5 offsuit. Potentially a ICM suicide spot there. So yeah, wisely there, Mr. Junlee. Letting that one go. Obviously, if you choose to defend pre-flop there, some sticky situations waiting for you post. Any ace-high board, although it's good for your hand, you never know if your opponent is still ahead of you. And of course, if you are going to call pre-flop and flop an ace, don't think we could be folding post-flop, so it could be a one-way ticket to the exit.
Yeah, and there are a couple of really short stacks here, so these guys are probably just waiting for a little bit of carnage to unfold. Reminder on the chip denominations is these chips are slightly different to the ones we had yesterday. Purple chips are 500, greens 1,000. Those brown chips are worth 5,000 each.
And Sun Yu, plenty of hands to get in the mixer with so far, but yeah, this stack depth, not looking to do anything other than jam. Once again, 12 big blinds here. Pocket 7s into the middle. Pretty standard stuff there from the cutoff. And Sun showing the goods. Everyone at this point probably thinking she's an absolute maniac. I think she's been all in 3 times already. And what a time to be alive, Jordan. We're really Flosin and Bosin and Rick Rosin here on the last day of the series in Jeju. And I always love that awkward silence after I come out with pure nonsense there. Mr. Jordan Bromley getting put in the blender, never knows what to say. And who can blame him? He's used to working alongside.
You always catch me off guard with it.
More professional
I got to a point yesterday
commentators.
where I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if I should like try and rhyme along with you, but I feel like I would just make a fool of myself because you're so good at it. Like Flossin, Bossin, Rick Rossin. And I yesterday I tried to come up with more things to rhyme, and I was sitting there. I was like, no, like I can't do it.
You were
It's just not
flopping
the
and
same.
bopping. You were flying. Yeah,
I was doing
you're definitely
something.
part of the
It
gang,
wasn't
my
anything
friend. Don't
positive,
worry.
but it was something. Oh dear. Karia, our chip leader, or was chip leader. Looks like he slipped ever so slightly down. Raising the ace-5 to 10.5. Junli, ace-10 on the button is going to rip it in. It's potentially a good luck moment here. I wonder if Karia is going to put this call in for 12.5.
Yeah, I like this jam here a lot here. Against chip leader from the cutoff, of course, Siddharth can have a very wide range here. And therefore, ace-10 just has to get sent over the line. Beautiful pickup there. Uncontested. Will increase his stack by around about 33%. So the beast of a specimen is going to stick around a little bit longer. Here in this closer event, here with your Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2025 at the Landing Casino and Resort. Last day of the series. Myself, Grant Gardner, alongside the Aussie legend Jordan Bromley. And I'm sure this won't be the last you see of Jordan across the Asian scene. Just starting to make some waves now. So get ready for this Aussie twang to stick around, become ingrained into a part of the Asian poker scene.
Yeah, I'm going to have to try and go to like a Toastmasters course or something to try and get rid of this Australian draw so it's not as harsh on the ears, but something that I will work on because I don't plan on going anywhere. I've had too much of a blast doing this. Next step is to take it on the road and come and join you guys over there. As Carrier at the Ace King.
Talking of blast, Mr. Carrier has a hand he can blast off with here. The big slickers. Ooh, interesting there. Pocket threes. Let's it go. I think it's a good fold. Of course, can be crushed against bigger pairs here. Oh, wow. I think we're going to see triangle time, Jordan.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. Wang Shi Yi, 52.5k behind, 55 total.
Yeah, and if you look in the bottom left of your screen, Mr. Carrier, he's already smiling here. The flop hasn't even been dealt yet, sir. No early celebrations. Look at him in the bottom left of your corner. So smug here. Is karma about to catch up with Carrier? I hope not here. He's a very nice guy. Let's just put a king out there. Look at him.
I was trying to figure out what you were talking about, but that makes a lot of sense.
Wipe that smirk. Oh, some opportunities here. Let's get serious. Ayah! Queen of clubs on the river. Wakes me right up, that does. No need for any more coffee.
Yeah.
Well, I think I've already had a little bit
How's
too
that
much
for a
of that.
river
I'm
card?
shaking right now. Caffeinated to the gills, my friend.
It's a hell of a river. It's going to keep him alive. Takes him to 24 big blinds. Shun Li and Yu Sun, 2 short stacks. 17 big blinds and 15 big blinds respectively.
That river crushing our Owly, my friend, you know. Could have been down to 6. Siddharth could be running away with this one, but instead we're still here 7-handed. It's looking like a long day at the office potentially.
It's all right. I'm comfortable.
Oh, that's why the camera is not on today. I'm way too comfortable here, sir. Please don't ask me what I'm wearing. And another awkward silence. I absolutely love it. Once again, ladies and gents, Jordan Bromley in the blender. Not sure what to say. Should he be serious? Should he come down to my level, potentially risk his career being over? Who knows? It's a fine line.
Well, I was worried if I said anything, you'd simply respond by saying nothing at all, which, honestly, fair enough. It is Saturday. It's pants off Saturday. King 6 Vicaria. So he's going to keep his pants on and probably come for a raise.
We all know about Dress Down Fridays, but wow, after that, when it gets to the weekend, things just get loose. And Siddharth Karia here, looking to loosen up also. Got all the chips to work with now. King 6 of diamonds. Oh, got the sizing tally on him here. Comes in for the 10.5k raise now. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it looks like Wang Zhiyi is going to try and get it back to back.
Yeah, and that early celebration, it is real. The karma there. Stinging Siddharth on the river in the last hand. And Wang now, after doubling up the last hand, getting back in the saddle, but this time non-all-in sizing here. He's looking to induce a jam from your PokerStars ambassador. But yeah, this man, not going to fall for the trap. Lets it go.
And I am sorry about that background noise there. Every single car in Brisbane wanting to drive past me at once.
I like it. It's adding to the ambience. These guys here, it's clearly a big moment for them. They all seem very serious. Not much atmosphere at this final table, so the more cars in the background, the more screaming babies, the better. Siddharth there just giving his beard a massage. Feeling very proud of himself. Took 13 years to grow that stubble, by the way. Has never shaved in his life. Mr. Junli Oxford, still trying. Early 30s now. Still no fluff on his chin. But there's still time, sir.
I wonder where he studied. As we see Kevin just going to pass up the small blind.
Yeah, it's definitely not Oxford. For sure, that's that gentleman. Not going to meet the requirements to get accepted at a university like that, or any university for that matter.
Imagine if he had to announce his name and then list what university he studied at. Junli, Oxford, Harvard, Brown. Things would just get too confusing.
Let's be a bit
you
more
tell
realistic here, Jordan. You know, maybe something like Junli Oxford College, half a year, dropped out.
Junli, Oxford, Sparky by trade.
Yeah, there you go. Risk analysis.
Wang Zhiyi. Yeah.
Better of discs.
Not
Better
going to
of
get
biscuits.
involved. Better of biscuits.
Well, let's see if Junli Oxford is indeed a baker. Will he end up with all the dough later today?
Oh my goodness. I feel like
Sorry
that's
for
the
the
level
dad joke.
we're at
I had
for
to
this
slip
whole
that one
stream.
out there.
No, it's fantastic, honestly.
And depending on which baker you're talking about, which kind of flat... Oh, hold the phone a second. Pretty wide rejam here from Sun, but she's going to take it. Against that button range, ace deuce offsuit, she feels like it's good enough. And as we can see, it's going to work this time. But yeah, perhaps a little bit too wide there. Not too sure, unable to see the other stacks right now. Would have to have them on the screen in order to know if that was ICM approved or not. But still, it's going to work.
We're talking about...
And yeah, talking about bakers, depending on which type of flour you're talking about, you know, some bakers, they really make you wait. And you know what they say? Never disturb a baker when he's mixing up the flour. He said he'll be a minute, but of course he was an hour.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna have to try and come up with some stuff, and we're gonna go back and forth on this all day. This is gonna be a journey. Those of you who are tuning in to the Mind Melting Saturday late night poker after dark stream, then get ready, because who knows what's going to come out of either of our mouths today. Honestly, it could be anything.
My goodness, we're and poo here. No decorum, jacking off on the feature table. 12,000 to go. Yeah, and Sidorf here. Got his man crushed. Ace-Jack offsuit. It's a decent stack here in terms of effectiveness. Effective big blinds, ran about 20. For him to just request a triangle. But no, Sidorf does like to see those flops. As we do see 5-3 deuce here. Sidorf with the ace of spades as well in his hand. Not a bad board to see. As I do receive word from none other than Sir Joris Michael Verdonk, actually informing me that Junley Oxford actually has 4 wives. Pretty interesting stat there. Yeah, I'm not too sure of the legitimacy of that one, Jordan. It's got you giggling, but it might be true, my friend. So we'll have to take that one with a pinch of salt.
It reminds me of a as we see Ben a call here. We'll get through this hand and then I'll tell you a story about a bartender I met on a cruise. As we see the King of Diamonds, very nice one for Weirin, turning top pair.
Yeah, domination, rotation on this turn. And to be honest, you can tell me the story right now. I'm sure it's going to be way more interesting than this hand of poker.
There was a bartender on a cruise ship that I was on who was very, very good at what he did, and he was a very, very funny man. And he's from the Philippines. And we got talking to him one night and said, do you have a partner back home? And he goes, oh, yes. One wife. Every island.
Fair enough. Fair enough, my friend. Each to their own.
We are going to find a second barrel here. Now, I wonder whether or not Kaya is going to call again, given he still has that low-end gut shot with the 4 completing a straight. No, he decides against it. Shinhwa, ace-10 suited.
Absolutely loving this little Buddha statue right there. This gentleman. You might as well give him the trophy already. Hard to beat him when he's got that Buddha statue protecting his cards.
Sorry, are you calling it a Buddha statue?
Yeah, sorry. That'll be my very blunt British Birmingham accent coming through there. Would you prefer me to say the Buddha?
Yeah, because I think butter's what you have on, toast.
The weekend. Butter. Okay. Butter. I thought it's... yeah, I was going to say, that won't be the weekend. It'll be every day is Friday
one,
for that
butter.
one, friend. Yeah, butter. Yeah, put some butter on the toast. That'll be one of the classic words people get me to say in my British accent. Butter and water. You want a bottle of water. But yeah, 11 years in Thailand. Now I'm trying to speak in my, more sophisticated, fake voice, so that people can understand. But yeah, that Buddha statue right there, absolutely magnificent. An interesting fact about the Buddha, there's actually 7 poses of the Buddha, one for each day of the week. And your Buddha corresponds with the day that you were born on. So for me, that was 2nd of July, 1992. It was a Thursday. Therefore, the Thursday Buddha is the one that I am supposed to pray to if I'm looking for good fortune. Of course, my grind station absolutely littered with those statues. Got to take every edge you can get here.
Honestly, with the mood that we're both in today, I thought when you said that the Buddha has 6 poses, I thought for sure you were going to say front double bicep, back double bicep, side chest.
I mean, he's got more than 7. Of course, he's got more than 7, but the mandatory poses, there's only 7 mandatory poses. After that, the freestyle, of course, my man is bossing out the back double bicep straight away, man. Flexing on the galley.
Favorite, most muscular. Oh, dear.
That's it. Knows how to flex it on the galley, just like myself, of course. And I told you already, Jordan, I'm going to tell people again, if they weren't here listening the other day, I'm always flexing on the galley. Coming down diagonally, wearing a belly. And I do the Nimbus flex on the galley as well. If anyone is wondering what the Nimbus flex is, I can't tell you. I only speak to those with a Nimbus 3,500 and above. Anyone else below that, just bottom feeders, not on my level, not interested to discuss strategy.
On the topic of bodybuilding, not to switch it over for a second, but do you follow much of the international competitions? There's a big one on this weekend that I'm kind of curious to get a bit of a look at. The Pittsburgh Pro's on, and there's a lot of ex-Olympia guys. It's going to be an absolutely insane show. There's so many guys showing up for it.
No, sir. I am a big believer in staying natty.
Yeah, fair enough.
So all these big boy monsters, while they might look impressive to most, for me, I just think about the deeper, darker side of things. What is happening with the physiology of their body and the psychology in their mind, their brain structure, their hormones, their mental health. Sorry to take this one a little bit deep. I'm sure you weren't expecting this answer. But yeah, do you have to consider the health implications? But then again, there's only one life, and if it's your passion, who's to say to you that you can't go and chase it? By all means, don't listen to others. Only listen to yourself and your own beliefs and goals. Wow, nicely timed limp jam here from Wang. Will get a bit of extra juice for choosing to play it in this fashion. Got the ISO from the 8-3 of hearts there, so lovely pickup from the 1 seat. But I still am a massive fan of PCA Thailand. So PCA, one of the world's biggest bodybuilding brands, and a good friend of mine, Nick Edgerton, he brought the PCA Thailand over here around about 3 years ago, already grown to be one of the biggest bodybuilding federations in Thailand, if not the biggest. And they will actually have their very first naturals event in August later this year. So looking forward to be in attendance for that one. Was actually thinking
Am I
to compete.
Thinking that you've done some hosting for bodybuilding shows in the past?
Yes, sir. Was the MC for PCA Thailand, and will also be emceeing their national events at the end of this year in Phuket. Always a fun time, always a great weekend. And was even thinking to compete in that natural show. But I think logistically speaking, after 7.5 weeks of poker in Vegas, to then fly back to Thailand and only have around about 6 weeks before stage.
That'd be very tough.
It'd be very tough, especially in Vegas. You know, we've got to try and prioritize the tournaments, stay in a calorie surplus, or at least maintain so cognitive function is not affected. throughout the marathon grind. And therefore, yeah, I don't think it's smart to set that as a goal. But let's see. When I get back from Vegas, who knows? I do have an ectomorph body type, very fast metabolism. So if I come back in somewhat decent shape, maybe we bite the bullet and we push hard, because that will be the very first natural show ever for PCA Thailand. So it would be nice to compete there and, of course, win it. You know, like Conor McGregor said, we're not here to take part.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a guy that I used to swim with who's very heavily involved in the natural bodybuilding side of things in Australia, actually. He has a show coming up in the not too distant future, and I wouldn't mind going to watch that actually myself. I've never really had any interest in competing, really, but it's only in the last kind of year or so that I've really gotten into going to the gym and trying to focus on my body a lot more properly than I used to, because I swam for a number of years and then I basically stopped and didn't do much for a long time. So getting into it's definitely an overdue thing for me.
All right. I hope the listeners were taking that information in, because I didn't catch a word of it. But anyway, Mr. Weeran here, he's jacking off Jordan.
You're too focused on watching him.
I'm only joking, my friend. I was listening to every single word. Of course, everything you say this week, I've just been mesmerized by it. I haven't been doing anything on the side. I'm not on my phone. I'm not messing around. I'm taking the stream extremely professional. Therefore, nothing slips through in one ear and straight to the frontal cortex of the brain, the cerebral cortex, sorry.
Bit of a cerebral assassin, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Get that Sun now with the Janina. That went straight over my head like Piggy in the middle, my friend.
You ever watch any wrestling? So we see the Queen 7-7.
All right, guys. Just going to ask the team now if we can get Jordan's mic muted. Wrestling. Huh.
I will tolerate no wrestling slander, my friend. It is fantastic.
You know, if I'm going to watch some kind of combat sport, I want them to actually hit each other.
It is not a combat sport, mate. It is a performance. It's a dance. Oh, okay. It's amazing.
I got you. So you better take it.
And whilst it's not a combat sport, most of these guys are still getting dropped on their head. So,
okay, I'm interested again now.
I could show you some wrestling matches that would arguably be more gruesome than MMA fights in the UFC.
Whew. Now you got me. Let's go. Not the best start for Siddharth to this final table. But of course, not much you can do when you get the money in as a 3-1 favorite and your opponent spikes on the river. Chin up, sir. Smile. It suits you. Lee Jun there. King 10 offsuit, 12 big blinds. Staying disciplined. Yeah, and Sun Yu there makes what I think is a good fold when you're not the shortest stack at the table. You don't want to be V-pipping from the small blind with the bottom parts of your range, especially when that big blind to your left has you covered. And with only 42 players in this one, that meant only 7 paid, only 7, of course, making it to this featured final table today. And all 7 of them had to eagerly wait this one overnight. They were forced to wait for this moment to have their moment in the spotlight here on the feature table. and actually heard from behind the scenes that part of the reason for that is because Jordan doing such a good job in the commentary booth. They wanted to make sure they get as much of this man on screen, as much airtime as possible. Tricky one here for Jun Lee. Fantastic stuff here. King 3 off. What a little ISO raise this is here. Gets to define the range of Siddharth here. Yeah, it's going to work. Absolutely fantastic there. So, you know, not exactly a conventional common play there, but an elite one nonetheless. And good for you, sir.
And once again,
Jun Lee Oxford, he's been studying very hard lately, Jordan.
Yeah, I'm once again sorry that I went radio silent there. A motorbike drove past my apartment, so I thought you guys didn't have to hear that.
How dare you? Denying us some of the wonderful sounds of the world.
Harley and David's son were out there. It was crazy.
Ooh, sounds like a party. Yeah, Mr. Jun Lee Oxford, been studying very hard away from the tables, improved a lot of things about himself, not only his theoretical knowledge, but his table demeanor, very positive attitude as well. He's come on leaps and bounds on and off the table. So yeah, hats off to you, sir. And final table in the Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty event, followed by another final table here. Just two little inklings that actually show he has been doing some work behind the scenes, and do expect a massive score to come your way soon as we see Siddharth there, folding King 9 suited on the button, facing the open from the chip leader. Pretty handcuffed is Siddharth right now due to the shorter stacks amongst these guys. And therefore, the man with the Buddha gets to keep putting the hammer to the nail.
Yeah, nobody able to fight back. Everybody can't touch this. MC Hammer there, seat number 2, just putting in the work. Shinhwa raising King Queen.
And once again, Siddharth forced to fold. Pretty decent hand there, King 10 suited. Perhaps now in Siddharth's shoes, we can start to 3-bet some of these hands. It's been pretty snug so far. And we are yet to see if Zheng Wei is a kind of player to really bring the heat and 4-bet bluff certain hands. So I think Siddharth potentially needs to start V-pipping some of these hands. As we see Zhang here defending the jacking off in the big blind. He's out of position here and dominated, and completely whiffing this flop here. Interesting. Looks like Wang going to lead this board. Good texture for the big blind defending range, of course. And when his hand completely whiffs, he's unable to call a c-bet. Doesn't want to check raise as well with this hand on this board, so therefore he's just going to come with a lead. And this might work. King-queen now. Not looking too pretty given the action in front of him.
Yeah, this is one of those spots where you'll find that when people do it, it's strange. When regs do it, people are very, very sticky. But when it's somebody that you never really played with does it, it can get very scary very quickly. 8 of diamonds on the turn is an ideal card to barrel in Wang's shoes because versus a very small flop size, you're going to naturally get a lot of calls already from those king high floats. So the 8 of diamonds is a perfect card to be able to just go again to guarantee the pot against, say, a hand like ace 7 or ace 10 or ace jack. Instead, he knuckles.
Yeah, we see the very, very quick check there. So can Zheng read into that now? And if he can, he'll know that Zhang is now capped, or Wang, sorry, is now capped, and therefore can bet the turn and potentially jam the river. Yeah, nicely done there from the king-queen, floating the flop, and once again, further advancing here into the lead, the chip daddy at this final table. Junley Oxford there, flirting with the dealer, tapping the table, saying thank you for dealing, but I saw it in his eyes. He has other intentions. Keep your eyes on the price, sir. You're at a final table, 7-handed. That Dragon Trophy should be the only thing on your mind right now. As we welcome back the wonderful Tipsy, the Taiwanese, can't even speak today, the Taiwanese sensation.
That's okay, Grant. I think you're doing a fantastic
It's not okay.
job.
Oh, thank you, my friend. At least someone thinks that.
Sun Yu, doing a fantastic job of folding King 10 suited. Did start with 13 big blinds, so maybe a little bit worried about how shallow, but still think that's really on the tight side. What do you think?
Oh, yes, I agree, sir.
Over to Weir and Pooh, put in the raise with the 7s, as Harley and Davidson are back.
Yeah, shout out to the boys. Interesting there. Zheng not even
Sorry about that,
defending
guys.
the King 9. The King 9 could have potentially been a candidate to even 3-bet there. But yeah, doesn't even want to defend for 7k more. And honestly, Jordan, you're more than fine. I think with your setup and your professional mic, I think the background noise for you probably very significant and loud. But for us here on this end, pretty hard to even hear it.
Okay, all
So
right. That makes me feel a
you're
bit
more
better.
than fine. And of course, I'm lying. It's absolutely deafening, but just want you to feel a little bit better
No.
about yourself. That's all that matters. And yeah, I hope they don't turn our cameras on impromptu here. Currently practicing my headstands.
$12K from Weir and back over to Singwei. Not going to get involved. Likewise, Kevin also going to find the fold. ace-4 for Weirin. Raising it up from the hijack.
Yeah, pretty amazing flop here for the pre-flop aggressor. We ran poo here, top and bottom. So, of course, with the flush draw out there, we want to be putting some money into the middle. Unfortunately for him, no customers. Oh, I'm not sure if Zeng is okay there. Seems like he's got something in his eyes. Potentially Sid half there with the cheeky pepper spray while he wasn't looking. Hasn't been a great start to this final table for Sid half. So yeah, coming out now with the tricks up his sleeve here. As long as you don't get caught, it's okay. That's my motto. Action making its way to the blinds here. Once again, Sun needs to be careful. Yeah, treating Sid off like a puppy there, giving him the walk. And I'm sure Sid off more than happy to take it.
On the topic of the blinds, they have ticked up to 488. So poker's starting to get a little bit more expensive. The chip leaders, when we kicked off, had 88 big blinds. Now they're only cruising with around 50. So
we ran poo. Will he get back in the saddle? We are seven-handed here. King Jack offsuit under the gun. More than fine to open seven-handed. Gonna let this one go here. A couple of shorter stacks at the table. Doesn't want to potentially raise, get jammed on and feel like he's priced into call. And of course, the bigger stacks can obviously 3-bet him, and King Jack, not a hand that can continue. All right, nice spot here for Karia. Gets to just jam this one, blind v blind. Blinds are now up 4,000, 8,000. Big blind ante 8K as well. So I do believe John Lee Oxford starts his hand, ran about 8 bigs. There we go. Stack of 5Ks into the middle. And a quick call from Jun Lee. Unclear what he's got right now. I do see an ace, and yeah, same hand. So unless we see some spice on this board here, it's going to be a chopper-rooney. Free roll for Sidoff. And yeah, no diamond on the turn. No dice. Chopping this one up here.
just want to make a quick note. I don't know if you saw this earlier, Grant. Forgive me if you did, and I'm just repeating it. But we've got Joris in the YouTube chat. Grant Gardner is massive everywhere he goes. Everywhere he goes. Well, there you go. This is
Sir Joris Michael Verdonk, absolute legend. I do believe he's got mafia ties with the Philippines mafia, heavily involved. Some kind of kingpin in Manila is Mr. Joris Michael. Very good contact to have. I keep him very closely by my side, making sure not to make him angry or get on his bad books because, of course, not the kind of guy you want to be messing with his contacts. The Janina for Mr. Lee Jun here. Be blind. Seems like a pretty good one to send, and he agrees. 8 big blinds. Oh, he's getting snapped here. Big slick. Yeah, makes sense. Cards on their back. Lee Jun going to need some help here to stay alive, or he will be your 7th place finisher. Oh, great flop. Good start, but plenty of outs remaining for the Ace King. Ace King or Queen on the river will send June to the rail. Ayah. The nuts there for We Ran Poo. Get the GGs out in the chat for Mr. Lee Jun Oxford. Great run, sir. 2 final tables in 2 days. Not a bad feat at all. And yeah, this year, gearing you up for a massive series in Las Vegas at the WSOP for sure. GG, sir. Take care on your bike.
Is he one of the fine gentlemen that will be staying with you?
He is not, sir. I'm actually staying with 5 UK players. I've only met, I only know one of these guys like extremely well. 2 of the guys I have met once or twice in the flesh, spoke very minimal. And the other 2 guys I have never met before. I got told, you are by far the worst player in the house. And I think that's a good thing. I'll be a sponge, soaking up all the information and knowledge from these guys as we see. Big blind, waking up with Ace King again. Wang's turn this time. Snapping this one off, way ahead of Sun's jam. Sun needs a 7 or diamonds here, or just like that, there's going to be 2 hands and 2 eliminations.
Four on the turn. What will the river bring? Another 8. And that will not do.
GG, champ. Take care, Mrs. Sun. Another amazing performance from you. And it won't be too long before you get your hands on another trophy. But just like that, we go from 7 to 5. Nice little ladder up for these gents at this final table of your Red Dragon Closer event. As we now start to approach the end of this series here in Jeju. Can't fight back the tears anymore. They are streaming down my face right now.
Ace 10 for Kevin. Joris in YouTube says, GG Junley Oxford at least got the 4 wives still.
Yeah, there is that, you know. He's going home. Not going home empty-handed. And when he gets home, I'm sure he'll be smiling after no time at all. 4 wives there to support him.
My wife? I'm sorry. Zheng Wei in the big blind. Ace Queen.
Please never apologize for that ever again.
My housemate does an incredible impression. to the extent that I used
get
to
him on the rail.
commentate for a company in Australia, and he created a Twitch account that was called Borat from Kazakhstan, and he would just type in the chat. It was so good. Oh god. Ace Queen taking it down. Kevin getting out of the way with the Ace 10.
Yeah, smooth sailing so far for Zheng Wei at this final table. Solidifying his position there at the top of the chip counts. For anyone that hasn't met this gentleman on your screen right now, you're missing out. He's honestly one of the nicest guys in poker. Truly blessed to have met Siddharth many years ago. I think the first time I played with him was in Phu Quoc. And something that took me back by him was his levels of focus at the table, his table demeanor. I actually went over to him on the break time and asked if I could take a quick video of him while he was at the table in a hand. And I explained to him I wanted to show this to my mindset clients and use it as a good example of how you should be carrying yourself at the table in terms of focus and trying to pick up on tells and patterns from your opponents. And yeah, me and Siddharth hit it off, had a great conversation. And he felt very blessed that I gave him those very nice words about his focus. And then, yeah, a couple of years later, now he finds himself here as a PokerStars ambassador, fully deserved. But going to potentially walk into some trouble here. He's opened up the Queen Jack of diamonds. We ran Ace Jack off now, loading up the 3-bet.
Yeah, and the 3-bet gets fired. 48k. Back over to Carrier.
Yeah, annoying so far, this final table. But I think once again, we just have to fold this hand. I think with the shorter stacks at the table, you haven't seen Weeran get too out of line. So although it is frustrating and you feel like you're getting pushed around, yeah, the go-to move is to stick to what you know. Stay disciplined, stay patient, and wait for a better spot. And yeah, Siddharth knows all about that. Definitely not one to lose his mind, lose his cool. Very composed is Mr. Carrier. And Jordan, I'm extremely excited, brother, because later today I'll be going for an exclusive interview with Tain Attack. Tain Attack is the biggest poker social media company in Thailand. So
wow.
we'll be heading over there, letting those guys know all about what me and yourself have been up to for the past 10 days.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Hope it goes very well, sir.
We'll have the pleasure of bumping into Mr. Punat Punsri. As I saw on the schedule, he will be coming out of the meeting room as I am heading in there. So we'll get to say hello to Punat, absolute legend, #1 on Thailand's all-time money list. And I also saw they have a makeup artist and a hairstylist. So sure, you can put a bit of foundation on me, get me glowing. But guys, I think you're taking the mick here with the hairstylist. Could have just left that one out.
Sixes for Zheng Wei in the cutoff. As it only just clued on what you just said about the hairstylist. That's very funny. Sorry, I'm a bit slow today. I'm slow generally. But... It's like my mum used to say that my brother and I were very... My mum used to say that my brother and I were very fastidious. He was fast and I was hideous.
There we go. More dad jokes coming, guys. This stream far from over. We'll be dropping some bangers before we conclude things later today.
Do you have any more quizzes or riddles like you did at the start of the week? Some of those were fun. Some of those were fun, and
I've got a
some of
few.
them were 28 chickens.
Okay, we'll go right in. Okay, this one a little bit different here. It's a little bit different.
Okay.
So if you are listening out there, if we have Sir Yoris still in attendance, then please, feel free to join in. Try and get the answer before Jordan does. All right. So there was a man named Jordan, and he walked into a bar. And this guy, as we see the exclusive final table hats being given out there. Shout out to everyone that made this final table. As we see Zheng Wei here jacking off, probably going to open this one up. All right, there's a man named Jordan. He went into a bar, and Jordan, he likes to drink. Jordan's order a beer, butterbeer, sorry, and starts wetting his whistle. And he looks over to the bar, and he sees the world's fastest man on Earth. Now, this man is the fastest runner you've ever seen in your life. At any distance, it doesn't matter whether it's a sprint, long distance. This man, he's the fastest man on Earth. Now, after a few butterbeers, Jordan builds up the courage where he says to this man, "Sir, I want to race you, and let's bet some money on this because I feel confident. I think I'm going to win." And the athlete turns to him, scoffs at him and says, "Sir, you're drunk. Go home." To which Jordan replies, "No, I'm serious. But I have two conditions. One, I get to start 1 meter ahead of you. And two, I get to choose the course." And the athlete thinks there's no way that this man can still beat him based on those conditions. So he agrees. Anyway, cut a long story short, my friend, Jordan ends up winning the race. How is that possible?
Well, if he has to start 1 meter ahead of him, as you see the fours are going to get opened, does that mean that he could place a wall in the meter between himself and the runner, thus an obstacle or a box in which he can't escape from? Or is that looking too far into it?
I mean, this is pretty innovative, I have to say. It's not exactly what I'm looking for in terms of the correct answer. But yeah, this kind of thinking will get you there.
Is the race 1.2 meters long?
That is the most common answer that I get, and that is also incorrect. Actually, your first answer is extremely close. Stay on that. There is a wall. As we see Zheng Wei flicking it in here with the 10-8-0. Three-way action to the flop. Ace, 8-3. Not much there for Siddharth, but a decent board for the pre-flop raiser's range. Does he want to c-bet this one into two players here?
Is it a hurdles event, maybe? The hurdle is... No, that wouldn't be right. See a continuation bet coming out here, but the fours are not looking good.
Yeah, pretty chunky sizing considering this board texture here. Don't think we need to go so big with pocket fours. Just bloating the pot here, and I don't think people are indifferent with their calling ranges based on our sizing. So I think we could have potentially stabbed there with around about 1/4 pot, as opposed to, it looked like 40%, 45% pot there from Siddharth. And no hurdles in this racer. Flat surface. No hurdles and no walls.
Wang putting in the call with the ace-10. What's Zheng Wei going to do with the pair of eights now? We can see he's very much so in rough shape. Only 2 fours remaining. Close, but not quite, but it does add a couple of outs. 4, in fact. What are we going to see here from the fours? Are we going to see a second bet? Or are we going to see the check back and try and hit one of 6 outs? And Grant, I'm going to have to say, I don't know the answer to this. I may need further assistance, or I might even have to wave the white flag. I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Alrighty, my friend. I'll let you stew a little bit longer until this hand is over here, because Siddharth now does pick up a gut shot on this innocent-looking turn here. Flush draw bricks off as well. Given that Wang flatted from the small blind, I think trying to range him on certain hands here, yes, he can have some ace-x. Potentially pocket eights. But not many combos of hands that would be looking to cool down 3 streets here. I think with that 5 of diamonds on the turn there, I think perhaps Siddharth could have continued the story and followed that up with a river jam. Not saying it would have worked this time against the ace-10 though. And as played. Now Wang just has to decide if he wants to lead this river or try and check once more. If he's going to lead, he needs to try and range Siddharth on a hand that can call him. And as played there, it's not going to be too likely. Tiny bet here, round about 1/6 of the pot. Really trying to milk Siddharth here. I don't think calling is an option because this size, almost never a bluff. And also, I don't think we can raise this river here. Not much that we represent at this point. So yeah, another frustrating spot here. But I think folding is the way to go once more.
And the difficulty in these spots is that when you're very frustrated with the outcome of a hand, you can level yourself into giving your opponents hands that just don't exist. Like,
Correct.
If you ever think that your opponent is going to have something like 3-4 suited, they're not. If they're going to have something like King 3 suited, they're not. And if you think about it for too long in spots like these where the decision is frustrating but clear, you can come up with rationalities that aren't there, but not on this occasion. Siddharth does let it go.
Good lad, Siddharth. Staying strong, staying patient. And hope it does turn around, start flowing for you soon, sir. All right, the answer to the question, Jordan. So 2 conditions. He had a 1 meter head start and he got to choose the course. So he ensured that the track was only as wide as the width of his body. So the race started and the athlete behind tried his best to get around the gentleman in front of him, but there's simply no room to overtake, and therefore Jordan just walked his way towards the finish line. And that is why Jordan Bromley is known as the world's fastest man. As I do have to depart for a few moments here, I'll be back in the booth shortly, ladies and gents. But of course, you're in safe hands with the legend, the Aussie legend, Jordan Bromley.
Siddharth getting back on the horse here. King 10 offsuit, raising it up to 16K. Jack 7-3, gut shot for 5-4. Kevin checking it over. Bet of 10,000 from King High and a quick call. See if he can drill this gut shot on the turn. Cannot. Instead, it's a board pair, so maybe some considerations to lead. See what Siddharth wants to do here with King High. The 8 a brick, and Kevin not going to try and bluff. Maybe Siddharth feels like he can show down this King High. Ace King for Wang. Blind still hovering at 4K, 8K. Siddharth up back over 200. Couple sixes and a 10. Siddharth with an opportunity to play this one pretty aggressive. He's got a gut shot and 9 high, so it's definitely the type of hand you can take as a check raise to try and fold out the type of hand that Wang has. See if he elects to do it. Yeah, it looks like he will. Takes it north to 32,000. And, well, it was a worthy attempt, but didn't quite work out for him. The snap call comes out from Ace-King. Turn cards are 4 of spades. Is Kari going to continue spinning this story? Looks like Siddharth is going to fire out another bet. Puts in roughly a third of his chips. $66,000.
Thank you for holding down the fort, Jordan Bromley. As we see raise and take it for Mr. Zhang Wei there. Jack 10 offsuit. Excuse me, I jumped the gun. Graphics shot ahead. We do still have Mr. Pooh here in the big blind. And he will defend the King 4 suited. Therefore, we are going to see a flop, ladies and gents. And if you're just tuning in, welcome back. This is your day 2 coverage of your Red Dragon closer. Last day of the series here in Jeju. 5 players remaining. 4 eliminations away from having ourselves a champion. As you see that final table, special edition hat, sitting next to Zhang Wei there. All 7 players bagging themselves one of those for making the final table here. And of course, we have the exclusive Red Dragon Champions jacket waiting for the lucky winner of this very tournament here. Nice board here.
We're wasting no time. Check raising. It's interesting to see a check raise like this on an ace-high board. Don't really expect to see it on this board texture too much. Taking it up to 35k, Zhang Wei. 388 behind, but can't imagine he's going to do anything with Jack 10, and he does just let it go. Ace-9 for Zheng. Raising it up to 20k. Kevin going to let go. Folding around to Wang in the big blind. King-Queen's going to be defendable. Couple of 9s and an 8 is all Zheng Wei.
Yeah, delicious flop here. Also plenty of flush draws and straight draws that potentially your opponent can have. But yeah, King Queen off there, no hearts. Not looking to get involved. Wisely letting that one go on the flop there. Unfortunately for Zheng Wei.
I'm going to have to do the same, Grant. I'll be back with you in just a moment.
You take your time, sir. I'll hold the fort down for us. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Mr. Siddharth Carrier here. Jack 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Coming in for the min ways. And yeah, no customers. Raise and take it there for your boy.
Sorry about that, Grant. I have returned. As we keep the
All
ball rolling
good, my
here.
brother. Absolutely.
There's a lot of chips sitting in seat 2 now. Well over 400k. Kevin ripping in 61k with the ace-5 blind v blind. Siddharth with a decision with queen 3 suited for 6 bigs. Gonna ask for a count. What do you think, Grant? Feels pretty close.
Yeah, it is a close one. But I do think here we will see Siddharth pass this opportunity up. Right on the line. I think one big blind less and we do see the call already being made here. I think in terms of theory here, as always, all comes down to what you think of your opponent. How wide is he jamming his last 6 bigs here? Yeah, you can see it on Sidar's face. Tough spot indeed. And in this exact situation, if Sidorf did make the call, it would be a slightly profitable one. Equity's on the screen right now. Needs to get 1.5 to 1 on his money to break even here. So I have to put in 51,000. As long as the party's over 76k, it's a profitable move. But yeah, that just shows how close of a spot this is. Can't be much EV to be had here.
And he does let
fold
it go.
made.
Seven-five suited. Siddharth with a couple of fives of his own. Decides to put in the call from the small blind. Poo, though, ace queen. Are we just going to see a 3-bet squeeze jam here? Yeah, he does just rip it in. And I like this jam. I like it a lot more than non-all in 3-betting. So much dead money out there to collect. Kevin jamming in queens. We are going to ask for a count. Fours is going to put in the call for majority of its stack. Queens all in and at risk, but must be feeling pretty safe right now. Needs to dodge fours. Can there. Backdoor hearts also something to worry about. 6 is safe. 1 of 2 fours on the river. Oh, close, but not quite.
The GTO Wizard Powerhouse. Ace-5 of hearts here in the cutoff for Mr. Siddharth. Min raised to 20,000. We ran here. Potentially considering a 3-bet bluff here. Button versus cutoff. Yeah, looks like he's loading it up. Fires off the clip there. 45 or 55,000 rather.
Action folding around to the blinds.
And it has been a frustrating final table so far for Siddharth. Deja vu once more. And yeah, he's going to take the spot. I love it. Gets met with the snap fold there. Fantastic stuff from Siddharth because he has been quote-unquote pushed around a little bit at this final table. But finally, when he does have an opportunity present itself to stand up for himself and fight back, he takes it there. Expertly timed 4-bet jam with the ace-5 suited and a wonderful pickup.
Yeah, it's always nice to get those ones through. When you fade the snap, you feel pretty good about it.
Oh, yes. Even better when met with the snap fold. Such a relief when your opponent doesn't even posture and you immediately know that they were just messing around. All right, we're getting treated to some heads-up action here. Law defending from the big blind, Queen-8 of diamonds. Both players whiffing on 10-6-6 here. Siddharth still with the best hand and the betting lead. Not wasting any time to fire out a C-bet. just under 1/4 pot sizing. And this here, not what I was expecting. Get the float from Kevin with the queen high. 5 of clubs on the turn, changes nothing. Siddharth not slowing down here. Would love to hear his thought process there behind that double barrel. Once again, small sizing. Was he trying to target a hand like ace high perhaps to fold? Setting up a river jam, who knows? But either way, the double barrel getting the job done. So finally some momentum here for the PokerStars India ambassador.
Wow, Wang going to jam 8 bigs with Queen 4 suited from the cutoff. Action's going to fold around. Siddharth not going to put any chips in. Another jam here from Wang, this time ace queen. Blind still at 5-10. So a couple of these short stacks starting to feel the squeeze. Set to tick up relatively soon, I think.
Yeah, and I was waiting for this moment
A7.
when Siddharth picks up some chips and starts to change gears. We see him now opening up his range with the 3-bet bluff here. Queen 9 of diamonds in position. against another fellow big stack. Zeng here. Yeah, lets it go. Hasn't seen much out of Siddharth so far, so not looking to get spicy there and 4-bet bluff that one. Nicely timed here by Siddharth, showcasing his elite skills once again.
Thank you.
Dealer change, still 5-handed here in your Red Dragon closer. Final day of the series here in Jeju. It's been a long grind, but it's been definitely a fun one. And a big part of that, of course, is being alongside the Aussie legend, Mr. Jordan Bromley.
Yeah, we're not done yet. Still 4 players between one of these guys and victory. We're in opening King Queen, Wang. Oh, we're going to jam King Jack, and we could have an all-in and a call here.
Count, please.
Going to ask for a
You heard
count.
the
It is
man.
11.1 big blinds. I think this is going to be enough for a call to be made.
Yeah, and if Weeran does make the call, he's going to see the great news here. Has his opponent dominated and way behind, and because Ziyi is the shorter stack of the two, if he can't find himself a jack or some straight cards, he will be your 5th place finisher. Yeah, does flick in the call, Jordan. Cards on their backs. Here we go, off to the races.
Yeah, let's see all 5 here. Wang needing to find a jack and a jack only. No help here, but there is now potential chop outs. A 7 would get that done. Instead, it is the 9 of spades, adding a flush draw. The river is another 9, so chop the money up.
Yep, get out of jail free card there for Ziyi Wang.
这个你才12个 PV 不到，我怎么知道你想要推我什么？
Masseuse needed here at the feature table for Siddharth. Don't worry, my friend. I've got you. On my way right now.
In goes the raise from the button. This blast is doing a hell of a lot of work. I'm going to jam these sixes in. Nine big. Hang with the ace jack.
Yeah, and just like you like to say, Jordan, we are going to see all five here.
And that will be GG. Up from the table. And we are down to 4.
Oh, yes, you've got to win your flips, my friend. A crucial part of tournament poker. Unfortunately, ran out of steam at the wrong time there. And just like that, we're now down to 4 players here on your Red Dragon closer. 3 eliminations away from having ourselves a champion. That champion grasping their hands on that very trophy that you see on your screen. And of course, being awarded with the champion's exclusive limited edition jacket. Kevin now is the short stack, the sole short stack at the table. Sits below 10 big blinds, all alone there. Oh, Mr. Zheng Wei, you naughty boy. Failing to put his cards in the box. A little bit of a mystery hand here.
The blind's ticking up as well to 612, so price of poker going up. Kevin with a hand that definitely should be jamming for 7.5 bigs. And the request is made.
Count, please.
So out of the way, Wirimpu's going to ask for a count.
Ooh.
With a hand that is playing snap.
This one fairly difficult though, because we still have the chip leader directly behind us. I think I would personally let this one go, given that the chip leader opened. And we did see Kevin choose to rejam over that open, with presumably not much fold equity in his mind. Therefore, Kevin definitely has to have something here. It's not the same as the last hand where the button action folded to him and he just jammed it in for 10 bigs. King Queen then became a very promising call, but here, much more dicey. So yeah, Pooh will get out of the way, and that will open the door for Zheng to make the call. Cards will be on their backs here, and as we can see now, Zheng way ahead. Lots of Kevin's outs already mucked. Going to need a miracle to stay alive here.
Yeah, still 34%, so 1/3 of the time he will find the best hand. Very, very difficult on a flop like that, though. Ace and a couple of fives is going to have him drawing dead on the 4 of diamonds turn. GG's in the chat. Kevin going to hit the payout desk.
Yeah, GG's, fist pumps all around. Nice run, sir, Kevin. 4th place finish here. But that is where your journey ends here at this Red Dragon Poker Tour Series in Jeju 2025. And just like that, we are down to our final 3 players. Sit off there. Getting the wake-up call. Action's on you, sir. We are now three-handed, so the button speaks first. Pooh here, Queen 5 offsuit, blind v blind. How to proceed. Puts this one into his limping range. And Zheng Wei now starting to build a fortress in front of him, over 600,000, which equates to over 50 big blinds at this point. Jack 9 of clubs. How to proceed here.
Come on.
Opponent effectively
Come on, Grump. That's
20
not
bigs
what it's
behind.
called. That's not what it's called.
It's
That's
the
not what
Janina.
called. What is it called? There we go. And the Janina is going to check.
Yeah, he's going to slow play
against
the
the
Janina.
Fiver. 478 on the flop. Both of these guys with a gut shot. Looks like Zheng is going to be the one betting. Firing out what looks to be 12,000. No, 22,000.
No, you are correct, sir. I trust in
Yeah, it didn't
you
look like
as
22.
opposed to trusting the graphics. It looked like 2 browns and 4 purples, which is indeed 12,000. Go to the turn here, 60k in the middle.
Turn. $20,000 this time from the Jack 9. Again, we're in just going to throw in a call. What will the river bring? The Ace of Diamonds.
尴尬了。打我还要开的
啊？
你打我还要开的这个牌。
还要开它？
对。
非发的不好，不发也我要打。
对你发
Queen is going to be the best hand.
你只能代表发了。
太细化了，对。
Plenty of playability in these stacks still. It's not going to be a rush to the finish line. These guys are going to be taking it nice and slowly, I would think. Zheng Wei, King 9. Raised into 32k. Siddharth looks like he's going to put in the call very quickly with 10-5. Ace Queen 9 though. Much better board for Zheng. $15,000 and yeah, I think the 10-5 is just going to go down. Will be mucked. King 9 suited for Zheng Wei, as he's still trying to figure out the best way to stack up this mountain of chips he has. He's got 50 blinds. In goes the raise to 24. Ace 2's 5. C-bet from the king high, but not the best hand. It's going to be called. Seven on the turn. We're in with the check. Is Zheng going to try and fire a second shell here to get a fold off of a pair of 5s? Yes, he is, and he's reaching very deep. Not as deep as I initially thought. Looks like 35k. 125 in the middle. We're going to let go of the 5, and that's the power of the chip leader. Four deuce. Not interested. Oh, we're in pew though. 23 big blinds. Ace 10.
2万5，
3万5还是2万5？
2万5，
And Mr. Pooh Weiran, after limping pre-flop here, perhaps he was setting the trap, waiting for this exact moment where Zheng Wei isolates, which will allow Weiran to potentially jam and scoop up all of that dead money. And I think sitting here as Weiran, as the short stack, not too much to worry about. Seems like a pretty great spot here to go for it. Zheng Wei now feeling a little bit awkward. Chose to isolate here with the weak ace after getting jammed on. It's not a nice spot. Okay, you can beat some hands that would play in this fashion, perhaps king, queen, offsuit, but still, in that case, equities are running pretty closely. And then you have to consider the times where you are completely crushed. So yeah, I think Zheng Wei there, small slip up in terms of choosing to ISO, but he will get out of there eventually.
We're in Pooh. 10-8 suited. Fires out a raise from the button. Zheng Wei with fours. Wow. Real pumper itself up mode.
Sure.
Looks like he's going to put in chips, but I'm not sure if it's by way of a jam or a raise. Looks like a raise for 100k.
Once again, the mini high roller rule. Registrations open. For those interested, you may proceed with the registration area.
Zheng Wei, king 9 off the back of that pot.
No, Jordan,
Keeps foot on
that's
the
not
gas.
what it's called, my friend.
Okay, the raising, as I would assume, is going to raise from the button. goodness. Dear.
Oh man, it's been an epic 10 days being alongside
really
yourself. I
has.
have to say, you've made it very pleasant, my friend. Woof woof indeed there. Zheng Wei playing the K9 to absolute perfection. And some people
You
think
got to make
Zheng
sure
Wei is
you have a bit of
barking
fun
mad.
whilst you're commentating.
Oh, of course, that's what it's all about. Zheng Wei is actually not as barking mad as people think. He's had it almost every time so far. Yeah, Mr. Zheng Wei here. 10-9 offsuit. Would love to see him check back this one. Would be terrible to come with another ISO and get jammed on here and be forced to fold your hand. 10-9 offsuit, a hand that performs great as a check back, sits right in the middle of your range between strongest hands and weakest hands. And typically those are the combos that you want to ISO. Instead though, Zheng Wei has his own style. Comes with the ISO again this time. Will work. Gets the Jack 6 of Weiran out of there.
And this is becoming a bit of a bloodbath, Grant. Like, Zheng is up over 700k now. Absolutely flying.
Oh yes, indeed he is. It's been a great final table for that gentleman so far. He's played fantastically well. Change gears, put the pressure on when needed. Another dealer change. Thank you to the wonderful Tipsy. Tagging back in her partner in crime. Still three-handed here in this closer event. Last day of the series here in Jeju at the Landing Casino and Resort. And on the outer tables ongoing, I do believe we have Mini High Roller as well as your Super Stack Classic. Your Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty Champion, Mr. Thomas Henricus Verbruggen, has just jumped into the mix in the Super Stack Classic. Good luck to you, sir.
Good luck to Mr. Henricus. Causing a bit of a Henricus in the mystery banter the other day. Managing
Indeed,
to take
he
that one
was.
out. We'll let you guys know that we are going to be scheduled to head on a break in around 5 minutes' time. Saying reaching is going to fire out a bet. Siddharth with 2 overs, a backdoor straight draw, may be inclined to continue in this hand. Probably doesn't have to raise, probably just by way of call. Floating with, we say, wrapped around to the 10. Plenty of backdoor potentials with this hand. See if the turn is going to bring one of them. It does. Queen of clubs, giving him the check mark. Zheng has all the chips, but he's in no man's land in this hand. Decides to just check it over.
Yeah, Mr. Zheng Wei Any chip you put in the pot, not coming back in your direction, sir. So think wisely. Yeah. Checks, waving the white flag here. Siddharth now, pretty clear value bet, I would imagine. And yeah, pretty sizable bet here on the river. But of course, 7 high. Not looking to pay that one off there.
Yeah, lets it go pretty quickly.
Nice little pickup for Siddharth there. Always good to edge away from the short stack somewhat. And I do believe going on this break time in a few minutes' time marks the end of our journey here together, Sir Jordan Bromley, at this Red Dragon Jeju 2025 series. So a very sad moment indeed, but it has been an absolute pleasure. I just want to say thank you so much. You've been amazing. My partner in crime, couldn't ask for better. Carrying the team the whole series, an expert at your craft. And I look forward to the next time we are reunited, my friend, hopefully in the flesh.
Oh, absolutely, Grant. Thank you so much. It has been a real pleasure.
Mr. Siddharth electing to flat here, King 10 offsuit. Effective stacks, around about 19 bigs to start the hand. Would have been interesting to see Weiran ISO there and find out what Siddharth's plan was. Ace Jack 7 here. Good shot for Siddharth. If that were to fall off, it would be a disaster for Weiran. Because not only
check.
would that give the nuts to Siddharth,
Not check,
but
sorry.
it would indeed give Weiran a pair.
Nine of hearts. Neither of these guys with one. Double gutter now.
That's
for
a little
Siddharth,
bit harsh, sir. Siddharth isn't that cold-hearted. He does have some feelings and emotions in there somewhere. Not completely heartless. Pretty dirty run out here. Neither
10 on the
player
river is
with a
interesting.
heart.
I wonder if Weiran is going to try and reach out and take this if the check comes out from Siddharth. Does check. Weiran with no way to win this hand unless he bluffs representing one of those hearts. Nah, he just gives it up. Three remaining of the 42 players in this one. As we will be heading on a break very soon.
And I do believe that's right. Gents, on behalf of myself, Grant Gardner, thank you so much. Leave you in the presence of Jordan Bromley, the Aussie legend. Until next time, lots of love.
Congratulations, we have our final table. The grand total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. Total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. The grand total of 997 entry. In the first place, we'll be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table.
To carry on the action here in the closer event here at the Red Dragon Poker Tour in Jeju at Landing Casino. My name's Jordan Bromley. I'll be taking you all the way down to a winner. There are 3 players left. That man on screen is our second shortest stacked player, Siddharth, going to put in a raise with the King Jack offsuit. Miriam Pugh. Apologies if you heard any background noise there. With an ace and 200k, going to rip it in. Saying, wait, let's go. Siddharth with a bit of a decision to make here with King Jack. May feel like this is very, very close. The rip is for a touch over 13 big blinds. In fact, 14 big blinds exactly. Bit of a shake of the head. Gets another look at his hand. King Jack offsuit. King Jack suited, probably a lot closer. Decides just to let it go. Saying King 5, an absolute mountain of those 5k chips in front of him, 650,000 worth. Looks like he's going to find a raise with the King 5 offsuit. In it goes. Siddharth, 10-4. I think this one will probably end up over and out. Hasn't quite made a decision yet, as it looks like it was actually a call from the King 5. Could have sworn I saw him put in raising chips, but I am mistaken. Looks like he is going to find the isolation. Getting some of the chips back that he lost in the previous hand when he was jammed on. Queen 4 offsuit. Looks like he's going to raise it to try and take this pot away. No, once again, I'm getting my facts incorrect. Does just put in the call, and I have to apologize, guys. That graphic at the bottom of the screen is playing tricks on me. Looks like Weirin is the one that's going to be coming along for a raise. Takes it to 40,000. And the fold is made. Queen 6 for Weirin. Just going to limp as things are definitely a little bit slower since we've come back from the break. Not as much aggression out of these guys. See if Seng Wei is going to change things up with a rip with the King Jack suited. Looks like he's looking up at the clock, looking over at his opponent. Not going to jam, going to reach for some biscuits. Because now that Grant's not here, I can call them biscuits. Looks like the raise is made to 35 and a call, an open ender for Seng Wei. We're in with top pair. Saying betting 20. What's Weirin going to do with top pair? Does just put in the call. Lots of very spicy turn cards. It's not one of them, though. 8 of spades, improving neither of these guys. check from Weirin. Is Zhang going to fire? No, checks back. And the Jack of Spades does give Zhang a pair. Weirin, though, probably weighing up the options if he can value bet this. It's a very awkward board given the 9 completes a straight and the queen's going to get turned over. Zhang with the 9-7. Slipping down to 565. He was at over 700 at one point, so a little bit of a turbulent few orbits for him. Raised to 45k. Siddharth, though, sub 20 big blinds and Queen Jack. May decide to request the triangle. Going to get confirmation on exactly how much this is. No, he just decides to call. And takes the lead very comfortably on King Jack 5. Queen of Diamonds on the turn. Two pair now for Siddharth, but Zhang with a gut shot, 104 in the middle. Wow, he's reaching very, very deep. This could be a big opportunity for Siddharth to spin up a massive stack should he find the double in this hand against the triple off. Full rainbow board, so he may not be too worried about denying. He's probably just going to put in the call and allow his opponent to keep blasting. But I definitely do see some merit to ripping the chips in. Board can get a little bit scarier. Could still feasibly get paid off by worse King X, one pairs. What is he going to do? Because he's saying way only 4 outs in the top right of screen. Another look at the cards, ensuring that he does in fact have 2 pair. And he does jam. And he takes the pot down right away. Siddharth now probably wondering if he can jam this blind be blind against Weirin. He's got 455k, and he does. Request the triangle and the snap fold from Weirin. Blind still 10, 15, 15, so that was a jam for a little bit over 20 big blinds. Siddharth this time, king 10 suited. Very, very pretty hand. Very capable hand when he's holding it. Same way, king 6 offsuit in the big blind as he slipped down to 400. Looks like he's got slightly more than that, though, given he's got 415 visible right now. Not going to defend as Siddharth comfortably into the chip lead, it would seem. Over 500,000. We're in 3-2 suited. Let's go. And Zheng again with no hand. Just folds. Siddharth having a good run of cards here now. 5-4 and 10-7 as we're going to see a limped pot. 10-7 with a gut shot, but the 4 has taken the lead with bottom pair. Deuce changing nothing at all. Seven on the river, though, will give Weirin the best hand. Check from Siddharth. Weirin is going to win this one. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. This is the last event with commentary, last event at all for this Red Dragon Poker Tour series in Jeju at Landing Casino. My name is Jordan Bromley. It's been a pleasure being able to commentate for you guys so far for this series. It's been a bit of a whirlwind 10 days. Lots has happened. Plenty of trophies have been collected by plenty of players. So many bad beats, disgusting bust outs, and very happy champions as well. Ace-8 for Sadash. Sang 7-3. Don't think he's very interested from the big, given some of the hands he's folded already. Weirin, Queen 5 suited on the button. Started this one with a touch over 20 bigs. Nine, 8 for Siddharth. It's going to put in the call. Ace 8-6 as the pair of eights finds the best hand. Looks like Wiren's going to c-bet this. It's not going to work. Karia expecting to put in a continue here. Just a matter of whether or not he feels like his opponent is going to be over c-betting this. So yeah, he does just put in the call. No point in raising. The 5 of clubs on the turn is an interesting one. Wiren adding a couple of outs, but Karia adding some outs of his own with the gut shot. Looks like he will check it, and I think when Wiren turns a pair of 5s, apologies, people at the front of my apartment are having far too much fun on their motorbikes today. Looks like Wiren is going to river 3 of a kind and the best hand. Wow. From seemingly nowhere, he arrives at the river. What is Karia going to do with his pair of 8s? Looks like he's going to block the river for 20k. We're in with trips. Expect to see a raise incoming. Double checking that he does in fact have that 5 of diamonds. $155 out there. Is he just going to rip? Maybe he's a little bit worried about that flush draw that completed on the turn, but his hand is just far too strong.
$150.
Yeah, looks like he is going to put in the raise. Karia going to talk himself into a hero here? The only hand that really makes sense is exactly what Wiren has. A 5, a king 5, jack 5 to see at the flop, check the turn when making a pair, and then rivering trips. Walking this one through. really wondering what makes sense here. I'm struggling to think of many bluffs, but unless he really feels like he can accomplish a fold against this 20% block, and like King 10-0, no club, and it's pretty ambitious.
This king, this queen.
In the hands there, Ace King. He puts in the call and he's going to see the very bad news.
Sorry.
Mirren with a gigantic pot going his way.
And bring it.
Three still remaining as nothing major is happening. Chips are going back and forth, but nobody's being put to risk for their life at the moment. King 8 for Courier. Blinds up to 10k, 20k.
Hold it.
We're in well in control. Looks like he's got over 600k. Yeah, 655. Karia, 330. Unsure whether or not Zhang in the other side is shorter as there's been like a total flip in the stacks at this table. Zhang was the chip leader not long ago. Karia, Queen 10 offsuit, 16 big blinds. Looks like he's just going to limp. We're in Pew, Jack 9. Feels like a good candidate to check back, and that is the plan. Spicy board. Double gutter for Karia. We're in with middle pair and the best hand for now. Seven of clubs on the turn as this pair of jacks. Still the best hand. Karia. Looking at 10 outs. $100K out there. He's got 300 behind. Is he going to try and take this away on the turn? Looks like he fires out a second shell. 100,000 full pot on the turn. We're in looking very suspiciously at this. Just decides to fold. Very nice hand there from Karia. So we're going to have a changeover of the dealers.
Thank you. Okay.
With these blinds where they are, nobody feeling super comfortable with how deep these stacks are playing. Everybody sub 30. Oh, ace 8. 20 big blinds on the button. What are we going to see here? Raise to 40. Zheng, 10-7. Going to put in the defend. Couple 8s and a 5, and that is a nice flop for the ace 8. Flush draw on the turn for Zheng. $30K, I don't think is going to be met with kindness. Karia eyeing this off. Fires in a raise. Could we see a lot of chips fly in here from Zheng? He's got 210 behind. Probably does not want to fold that flush draw to a raise of 85K. He's got 210 behind. If he puts in this call, it's going to be for roughly a quarter of his stack. He seems intrigued by it. All of the chips are being assembled. $225,000 worth stacked up. What is the plan for them here? He's only got 6 outs, as you can see at the top right of screen. Karia giving nothing away. Puts in the call. To the river now. What will it bring? It is a 9, so that ace-8 is the best hand. Is Karia going to do something very, very sneaky to try and induce a bluff? Or is he going to just jam? $280 out there, 155 behind for Zheng. Looks like all in is going to be the request. Triangle thrown that way, and we're going to see a very, very quick fold. Seeing way down to 7 and a bit big blinds. We're in. Pocket 3s, 545. He'd probably love to just rip this, but he definitely can't with Karia having way more chips now. Does just decide to fold. Zheng's going to have the chance to jam. Jack 6 suited for 7. Probably feels like it's good enough. What will the decision be? No, just a limp. Which should give Karia the green light with a lot of his hands. King deuce offsuit. No, just decides to check. Queen 9-4. King high still in front.
Or 30. 30.
Ten of diamonds on the turn adds a whole bunch of outs, and Zheng with the flush draw and open-ended straight draw just rips it in. Karia has the best hand, but it is so tough to call there. Zhang still our shorty. King Jack suited for 11 big blinds. Good luck, sir. I believe this should be an all-in request. He's going to oblige. Karia, King 6, not good enough to call. This is the final event of the Red Dragon Poker Tour series, guys. I hope you guys have enjoyed the coverage. These guys still battling it out. Don't know how they're doing it. I am feeling fatigued myself. Karia, Ace Jack, threes for Weirin. Lets it go. Sang Wei, Queen 9 offsuit. Decides to put in the call. 110 in the middle. It's a pretty big flop for Queen 9 with a diamond. 9-8-7. Oh, sorry, 8-7-6. Zhang, and I think Karia is going to know that this is a board that favors the big blind's defense a lot more than it favors him, so it wouldn't shock me to see him back. And he does check back. Zhang going to jam the jack turn, and I don't know if Karia is going to be able to fold this turning top pair. This is a really, really sick lead jam. I think it's probably too good to fold if you think he could ever be jamming a hand like 9-8, 9-7, which I think he probably would. Karia has 430 behind. This is half of his stack. So he's going to want to be pretty confident in his decision. And he doesn't look too sure of it. Grabbing his chip stack, grabbing those loose 25,000 worth of brown chips at the top. Giving this one a bit more thought. If he flicks it in, he's a 74% favorite to go into heads up with the chip lead. But he has to make this call. No doubt feeling very fatigued at this point, and it looks like he's really not sure what to do. He was half and half there, about to fold. Gets another look at the cards. Oh, he's agonizing here. He is going to absolutely hate it if he gets a look at the cards after this and sees that he didn't make the right decision as his opponents just started walking around. Zheng out of his seat.
Time, please.
Clock has been called.
Okay, that's fine.
The fold has been made, and wow. Zheng getting away with it there. Getting a look at the chip counts, things have leveled out once more. 25 big blinds for the chip leader, 22 and 16. King 9 for Weirin, 25 to start. Fires in the raise to 40,000. Well, Zheng with Ace 9 might just want to jam this. Yep, and in go the chips. 2 quick folds, and he's got himself back level with these guys again. Cannot go away, any one of these guys. They all want it too much. Head 6 for Carrier as he slips down to 380. Blinds have ticked up as well. 15k, 25k with a 25k big blind ante.
好大，那肯定啊。
Zhang 10-3 in the small blind. Decides on a call. Karia. Jack 7 suited. Queen 8-7 as Karia takes the lead with the pair of sevens. Four of spades on the turn changes nothing. Nine of hearts. Karia takes that one down.
现在几点了？妈，飞机，快一点，6点机票。要不协商了算了，单位可以协商吗？帮你问一下。能协商吗？
咋办？我想要奖杯。
我无所谓，我什么都我就钱
他肯定不愿意，他肯定不愿意说给对。
你给他清掉，咱俩协商，赶紧。
Sengwei, a6. 16 blinds. He decides to rip it. Nobody wants a piece.
的优势很大呀，赶飞机的就是把都 all in 以后就马就过去了，优势很大。我们不着急的，一会儿就被洗完了。
再碰一把也就会了。弄乱了。
这个比赛太小了，大一点的大一点的就改签了。
没必要呀，犯不上。
Jack 7. Folded. Weirin, King 4. So I think all of these guys have almost exactly the same amount of chips.
哎呀，忘了，我怎么来抢你？four 了，给你65000。
As I believe there was an announcement of a raise and a snap jam from Zhang. So Zhang is now comfortably our table captain.
可以。计时。
Jam from Zhang Blind v Blind. Curry with a decision with A7.
8秒吗？我看这个。
8, 9, 5. 6 on the turn. The 7 is going to make a straight, and the 10 on the river. Inconsequential full double for Karia.
那也 all in 了。
没什么说的这个。
比高的就行了，比高呀，高啥？
And he is going to be our new table captain. Zhang gonna jam 130k.
6-4怎么接你？
We're in with 6-4, can't call it off. Kari are not going to be able to put any pressure on with 7-5 offsuit.
拿去吧。
可以。
Jam from Zhang 10-4, Karia 7-3 offsuit.
又抢回去了。
辆飞机我来不及了，6辆飞机。
感觉心情好矛盾。
回去啊我。
我以为你是讲我们接而不接。
绝对接呀，赶紧吧。我把秀牌给你们看看，再往里接。
These guys very shallow, but none of them really wanting to go down without a fight.
终于歇一把。
没牌了。
实在不行了。
几点了？6点的飞机，5点。6点的飞机，5点半。截止4点半。那么4点半就行。
你飞哪儿？飞上海吗？哦，那是青岛没得改签了。看天意，是吧？天意不让你走。我嘴一端吧。
Karia, current table captain, 790,000, as this has been a real back and forth affair between these three guys. We're in 205k, rips it in with nines, saying queen 4 offsuit. These guys, I think, are just going to pass chips back and forth once more.
超级大的。
圈4。
圈哥肯定接嘛，这个本来就该接。
Yeah, they will. Queen 7 offsuit's going to get folded. Zheng 5-4, another fold. Kari is the only one getting richer in the scenario. He's loving it. All in from King Do suited. Kari's 9-4 is going to go down. What is Weir going to wake up with? Also a fold. This is some pretty wild sub-10 big blind poker. Nobody waking up with a hand to be able to put anybody at risk.
滴答的。
哎，是啊，我就知道有稍微有点牌都可以。
Zheng getting a walk. Because I think the blinds are going to be due to tick up relatively soon as well. So it's going to be 15, 30, 30, I would think. All in from Zheng, blind v blind. 8 deuce suited. This is 11 big blinds. Curry up has him absolutely ruined here with the king 8. But for 11 bigs, he maybe doesn't want to put the call in. Purely depends on whether or not he thinks Zheng is getting a little bit frisky. And we can see that he definitely is. And he puts in the call, and we are going to have an all-in and a call.
K8有什么好想的？你推太宽了，主要是 K8肯定要接的，踩住了。
我赶飞机的呀。
8 deuce against the king 8. 8, 7, 3. We need to fade a deuce to get heads up. Ace of clubs adds a lot of outs. The river is the 10 of hearts. And we will say GG to Zheng, finishing in 3rd position here. With that, guys, I think we're going to take a brief pause whilst we get things ready for heads up. Don't go too far. We'll be back relatively soon. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Heads up in in the Red Dragon closer. That man on screen is going to need a lot of help. Just 6 big blinds behind King Deuce suited is going to be a good start.
All in.
And he jams. Karia, 10-5 offsuit. We're going to kick this one off with a fold. Sixes for Karia, good luck. As I believe we are going to see a jam. All in is the announcement. We're in. Snap fold. Again, not waking up with a hand. He's got 5.5 big blinds behind now.
All in.
All in from Weirin, and Karia has him crushed. For this many chips, Jack 6 should be a call. Jack 6 should be a very clear call. For 6 big blinds.
Let's gamble.
And he puts it in.
Oh.
Weirin Pugh all in and at risk. Karia with a chance to win the event right here, right now. The flop. 9 high with a 6. Weirin needs to fade a jack or jack only, and he will.
155.
And this event carries on. No longer super short. Back up over 10 big blinds effective. So a hand like this is not just going to be ripped in. He's going to start with a limp. Queen 9 offsuit. decides to jam, and Kari is going to let this one go. Weiren's turn. First to act, ace-3 suited. Once again, I say good luck, as this should be a pretty clear jam. And he does. Oh, Kari, a king-9 offsuit. Definitely a close decision. What is my opponent's entire jamming range looking like? Is king-9 good enough to run it here? He was hesitant calling off jack-6 suited for what seemed like 5 bigs. So I think for more than 14, this is probably a much easier fold. Still thinking this one through. Should he call, there's a 40% chance he will no longer be the chip leader. Sorry, a 60% chance he will no longer be the chip leader. Forgive me. Really thinking this one through, still does not want to make the wrong decision. And he puts it in. King-9 against ace-3. Ace-4-8 as Weiren skyrockets into the lead. Ace of diamonds on the turn, going to seal it. Karia frustrated with himself here. We're commandingly in the lead now. King 4 on the button. Comes with a limp. Let's see what Weirin wants to do here now. King 7. It's actually a raise and not a limp. Call is put in. Let's see what the turn brings. King 5 deuce. So both of these guys improving to top pair. Karia in trouble. Well behind. Opportunities though. On future streets, not immediately. We are in checking. Karia firing at a bet. He's got 15 big blinds behind. Looks like a bet of 35k has gone in. In goes the call. Jack of spades on the turn, and there are some of those opportunities that I was talking about. Karia reaching and firing out a second bullet. Weirin still with top pair. I don't think he's going to be going anywhere in a hurry. It's a matter of whether or not it's by call or by jam. Looks like call is going to be 380 in the river. Sorry, to the river. Karia with 350 behind. And it is another king. And Weirin with the check mark. An absolutely disgusting river for Karia. He's going to check. Karia, I expect, is going to go for all of it. And this is a brutal way to end your tournament. Trips against trips heads up is never ever what you want to have to experience, but this seems to be how it is going to end. I don't think he can ever consider checking back here. He's really thinking this through.
200.
So it looks like he's betting 200. I don't know why. And the call just goes in. How are the rest of the chips not in the middle on this river?
Kicker plays. 7 plays. Yeah. 吸进去了。
The 7 kicker will play, and somehow Kaya is still alive in this tournament. Miran stacking up all of those brown chips. Miran Pugh. A queen is going to be good enough to jam, and he rips it in. Karia. King queen. This is a snap, and in the chips go.
Whoa, dominate again.
All in a call. Miran is dominated though.
A lucky Queen 5. Remember that?
Four on the turn, needs to fade a 5 on the river. Oh, close, but still alive. Not over yet. Karia finds the double up.
Right.
Queen for offsuit. 8.5 big blinds. Decides on a limp. Weirin has him pipped once again. Just checks. 8-3 deuce. Oh, queen on the turn. And once again, Karia out-kicked and in trouble. The 3 on the river, though. These guys are going to chop it up. My goodness.
Order.
The jam comes out from Weirin, and Karia is going to put the chips in. I mean, he should put the chips in. Turning top pair and trapping and then not snapping off river. You can't be too scared of the monster under the bed, as they say. And really, I don't know what he's thinking about. I mean, he's just scared of a 3 and a 3 only. And sure, Weirin could have a 3, but he could also have an 8. He could also have Queen X that you're chopping with. He could also be bluffing. It's just not within the realms of possibility to think about folding this hand. Especially when you trap a turn. He looks like he may be leaning towards folding this, though. Obviously, Weirin is going to have all of the combos of 3x, given this was a limped pot pre-flop, but there are also the dozens and dozens of other combos that you need to think about that incorporate an 8, a deuce, a queen. Bluffs. And he calls, and they're going to chop it up.
Oh, chop. It's a big surprise. Big surprise.
Yeah.
I thought when you call it, it's finished.
Yeah.
Ace 10 for Weirin, and good luck. At this stack depth, no trapping, no limping, just the triangle. But instead, he's going to limp. Seven and a half big blinds effective. He finds the limp with Ace 10 suited. Curry going to check it back. And that is a gigantic flop. We're in C betting. And I think this hand is over. Yes. Seven bigs. 8-6. He's going to try limping. No, he's going to raise. And 10-5 offsuit's going to come along. 150 out there. Vapor behind. And both of these guys with a pair. And you have to feel that this may be it. Karia checking it back. King of spades on the turn. Another check from 10-5. Another check from the pair of eights. And the queen of spades on the river. Any nine or ace has a straight now, so I can't imagine any more chips going in.
As a boss.
9-8 from Weirin. Karia, ace jack. Good luck. In it goes. It's the first very aggressive action we've seen from him in a long time. Don't think 7 deuce is going to be putting any chips in. No, he will call. And Jack 4 is going to check it. Ace 10-7. Karia finding the best hand. Three of spades, a third spade. As he's going to bet the turn, gets another look at his cards as if maybe he thought he was bluffing. He's going to take that one and build himself a little bit bigger as far as chip stacks go. Not quite sub 10 big blinds anymore. Oh, 4s for Weirin. This could be it. A very, very easy rip. And he does. Karia. Queen 10. And I think we're going to get some thinking time here. No, not any thinking time at all. Very quick fold. Queen Jack. This time I say good luck, because this most certainly should be going in. Any second now, this one should be getting ripped. And he does. He pulls the trigger. Weirin snaps it off with King 10, all in and a call.
Resolve it. Got one. Free card.
Let's see all 5 to see if we can crown our champion here in the Red Dragon closer. King and a queen. Kari needing to find a queen or a jack to stay alive and keep this battle going. Now a queen or a 10. What will the river bring? It's another 9. And we say GG's. We're in Pew, our final champion here at the Red Dragon Poker Tour. And ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude our coverage of this series. It is all over. Thank you so much for tuning in with us throughout the course of these events. I've had a blast commentating for you. My name is Jordan Bromley, and I will see you at some point in the future.
每一手都是非常认真的决策，直到最后拿下，我觉得还是没有，现在还没有从比赛里面脱离出来，对，很不容易。